Seeing no hands, I would accept a motion to accept today's agenda. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we accept today the agenda for the regular council meeting for Monday, July 12th, 2021, as presented.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Questions, comments, concerns regarding the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for the votes. All in favor and opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you so much. Let's move along to the adoption of previous minutes. May I start with a motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we adopt the regular council meeting minutes from June 28, 2021, as presented.
Excellent. Comments, questions, errors, omissions, changes? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor and opposed? That motion is carried as well. All right, yes, Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Would you be having a picture with Danielle Lapich for a presentation or anything? Were we able to contact her for any of that?
I haven't yet, but we can certainly look into that and
Be
delve
something.
into that. Hopefully before she leaves. I don't know.
Yeah,
when
I think
she's-
she leaves around the 17th or
17th?
14th.
Okay.
It would be nice if we could maybe
Could
do
we have
that.
Shelley reach out and arrange that? And absolutely, that would be a great idea. Thank you, Councillor Overwater. All right, let's jump right into number 3, bylaws. 3A, bylaw 2021-9. CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship, and we've had a discussion on this bylaw for about 3 meetings over the past few months. The latest discussion was at the July 5th PMP. Sergeant Christensen is here asking for approval of the amendments to the bylaw. There's about 3 or 4 items that were basically discussed at the July 5th meeting, so I'll ask Sergeant Christensen to speak to those areas, and we're asking again for approval of this amendment.
Good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. So today I'm asking for all 3 readings on Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2021-09. So based on our previous PMP meetings, we went through and made all the changes that were requested by Council. I do want to just point out a couple additions that I did since then. I added the definition for e-scooters, which we did not, which I had missed last time. On the graffiti, we added in the by who, which was of course the owner of the property, for the graffiti to be notified and removed by. And then the second last one is we changed the word of pathway to trail to follow the remainder of our previous bylaws and the trail bylaw. And I would go back to Schedule G, which is the picture of our vicious animal or vicious dog on premises, which I did not have in there last time. So with that, I will leave this open to you guys to give me some questions or changes or whatever you would like.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Christensen. Councillor Bennett, could we start with a first reading motion? And
Yes, you can.
we
I
can
move
go
that-
from there.
I move the bylaw 2021-09 Community Standards Amendment bylaw be given first reading.
Excellent. And your question or
My
comment?
question is on the second page, page 11 of that, further down the first bulleted paragraph, it says keeping of hens for personal use only, no sale of eggs. I thought we had that discussion and that we were going to allow the sale of eggs. The kids were selling, and so I see heads nodding, so I'm not, I didn't dream it.
No?
So I'm just wondering if we
Keeping
can
hands for personal use.
affect that change.
I just have to find the page. Sorry, I've got a different.
Okay, so
Page
it's
11, 2 of 3.
Two
on
of
the,
three.
Now, is it that, this is in the preamble, is it that way in the actual bylaw?
Well, okay.
Yeah, we actually removed that and changed the wording in that. It says that you are allowed to sell eggs, but not the other byproducts.
Okay.
Let me just find it here, sorry.
You've changed the wording already, that's fine.
We did, yeah. We changed
Okay.
it so that you were allowed to sell the eggs, but
Okay,
no other byproducts.
perfect, that's all I wanted clarification on, thank you.
All right, excellent. Any, Counselor Ryan?
So, Your Worship, I think Councillor Harper was
Counselor
before me.
Harper first, all right, thank you. Counselor Harper, then Ryan.
Just a question, is this bylaw 2021-09, is this the entire bylaw or just portions that you've put in for amendments?
Just the amendments.
Yeah, so we don't see the actual bylaw here. And I think that's what's causing some confusion right now. So we've only taken, cherry-picked it, I'll use the word, for the amendments. I thought we were having something changes in reference to outdoor rinks as well. Did we make that decision? Is it in there? But it should be, there should be some
Yeah, we removed.
indication to remove some stuff out of it.
Yeah,
Okay, but it's not highlighted. Thank you.
we changed section 4.25 to just say rinks must be at least 1 meter from property lines. And we removed the portion that says that they have to be less than 1 meter in height.
Okay, excellent. Counselor Ryan?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was also concerned about the no sale of eggs, so as long as we've got that cleared up, that's great. But I'm also concerned with regards to Schedule D, the prohibited animals. Again, I'm going to say that I think it's over the top. I don't think it's necessary to put in all of these lists of all these animals, and most of them that people will never, ever have. Wouldn't it be better off to have animals we allow rather than trying to say no bears and no elephants? And, I just think that that's, I don't know, I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I just feel that this is just a little bit over the top for me. Very restrictive, and I don't think that that's what we want to do with our bylaws, is try to over-restrict things. I just think it'd be better to just leave that schedule off for the time being and have discussions later on with regards to that, whether or not we include it or not, because it's not going to affect any of the other amendments with the ice rinks and the scooters and the chickens. So I think that's my opinion anyway. I just think it's ridiculous.
What are other municipalities doing with their bylaws? Are they including these types of?
Yeah, to yourself. This is from previous, this City of Calgary has a lot of this in there. City of Wetaskiwin that I wrote it in there as well and had it reviewed by legal at that point. I think the issue is that if we kind of go back to the whole chicken things, if we don't put it in there, then we have that people, will come in and say, well, it doesn't say I can't have bears, so let's have bears or zebras or that type of stuff.
Yeah. Counselor Ryan?
Well, I think it could be more generalized, rather than listing off all of these things, to say no wild animals, no zoo animals, no exotic animals, no dangerous animals. Rather than going and listing off things like no primates and no bats and no bears. I just think it says, it's 3 pages long, and I just think it's just necessary.
Okay, well, Counselor Blatz?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I've been on the fence with this all the way through, but it kind of does go back to the comment that Sergeant Christensen did make in regards to, we didn't have anything about the chickens. There was a discussion about a peacock that in the neighborhood that I didn't actually ever see, so I never brought it forward, but there was the rumor, there was such a bird in there. So my concern is more with such things as spiders and snakes. You don't know what people are going to put in, and if we prohibit that type of thing, you know, it's not likely to happen. So I would rather see you cannot rather than gee whiz. It's sort of a gray area, and what if people do? So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't look at that side. Is it straight down the line? Councillor Bennett, Harper, then Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to make the comment that though it seems over the top, I want Sergeant Christensen's job to be as easy as possible and not have to go back and redo paperwork after paperwork to change things as something comes available, or if someone actually gets a primate or a anaconda, I don't know, I'm not sure what people even sell. So whatever makes your job the best way to use your time is, I agree with this.
Very good point, thank you. Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with the prohibited list. It makes it quite clear then, and it makes our peace officers' job so much easier. So I totally agree with it.
Excellent. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. We did at one point in time have I think it was a business person in town that had reptiles in his house. I'm not sure how that was, if that was a license. I'm sure it was a license thing, hopefully. But I'm sorry, Councillor Ryan. I have to agree with the other ones that, you know what, if it's there, it's there. And then we can move forward. It makes our peace officer's job way easier, and that's what he needs, is something to say, no, you can't have that, versus, well, okay, it doesn't say it in there, so I guess maybe you can have it. So this way, it's there, we move forward, and hopefully everybody will follow the restrictions anyway of the provincial and federal legislation for having certain animals, but sometimes you can't fix, never mind, I won't say that word.
No.
Anyways, okay, very good.
Thank you. All right, I agree with the list as well. I'm happy that anything that makes the job easier and defines things is a good thing. So, all right, is that the discussion? Yeah, Councillor Ryan.
Well, I see it's up for unanimous consent at some point here, and, you know, I'm not happy with having this in there. I just think, my opinion is that I agree that we want to make his job easier, but I just think, again, I'm going to say from earlier conversations at PNP, that this is there's always going to be some animal that's not on the list, that somebody's going to want to exploit, perhaps, if they wanted to be, you know, obstinate. And, you know, I think that by having a list of every single animal you've got here, it just makes it an opportunity for that to happen. However, in saying that, I'm not going to hold up the bylaw, because I believe that the other areas that are for amendment are important. We need to have the e-scooters in place for summertime, and holding this up would mean that it wouldn't come to council again until late August. So I'm not going to hold it up because of that, but everybody knows my opinion on it right now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ryan. All right, any other discussion before I call the vote on first reading? Seeing none, I'll do just that. All in favor? And opposed? That motion is carried. All right, may I have second reading, please? Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I move second reading of bylaw 2021-09, Community Standards Bylaw, for second reading.
Excellent. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for the votes. All in favor and opposed? Motion is carried. May I have a motion for unanimous consent? Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I move that council give unanimous consent for presentation of the third reading of bylaw 2021-09, Community Standards Amendment Bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's 6, and that's unanimous now. Thank you very much. That motion passes. May I have third reading, please? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that bylaw 2021-09 Community Standards Amendment bylaw be given third and final reading.
Excellent. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor and opposed. Motion is carried. Thank you very much, Sergeant Christensen. I know you've done an exorbitant amount of work on this, and we appreciate the tweaks and the twists and the turns that you've accommodated council to have their input on this.
Thank
We
you, Your
appreciate
Worship,
your hard
Council.
work. Thank you. All right, let's move right along to item 3B, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll hand this off to Director Wagstaff. Director Wagstaff, do we have someone coming in to present on this?
We do. We have Craig Teal and Scott Purge from PCPS, although I believe it's just Craig with us today.
Welcome, Mr. Teal. Oh, did we lose him?
No, good morning, Your Worship, members of council. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
I'm thinking that was a no.
Can you hear me? Yeah, no, we can hear you. I'm not sure if he can hear us, but. Yes, Mr. Teal, we can hear you. Hello? Oh, there we go. Hello, can you hear me now, Mr. Teal?
I can, Your Worship, if you're.
There we
ready, I'll
go.
proceed with the presentation.
All right, yep, no, we can hear you on this end, so please begin.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So the first item I'll be speaking to is two bylaws. Bylaw 2021-15 and 2021-16. Both relate to a request for a land use bylaw amendment that's been made by an owner of a property just south of Nehemiah's on 49th Avenue. The application is to amend the property from its current designation to C1 commercial, with the hopes that when the property goes to sell, their option, the property owner would be to use the existing house, which is I think one of the historic sites designated, or historic site of interest, as a full residential property rather than a combined use or its current status of office. In responding to that application made by the landowner, staff have noted that there's a need to amend the Uptown Area Redevelopment Plan as well, if council is to approve the change in the requested change to the land use bylaw, and that's why we end up having two bylaws in front of you today. So the first bylaw, 2021-15, makes a text amendment to the Uptown Area Redevelopment Plan to make it possible for that block base, so the series of lots in between 48th Street and 49th Street, going to the south, on the east side of 49th Avenue, would be able to be used for residential purposes in addition to the mixed commercial use that's already allowed under the Uptown Area Redevelopment Plan. Following from that, bylaw 2021-16 deals with the requested amendment to go from the current designation of light industrial to the C1 district, which also allows that residential use and mixed use component. Your Worship, the recommendation is to move both bylaws on to a public hearing, and we can have a single public hearing for both bylaws. The topics are similar, the area we're dealing with is similar, and the recommendation is for first reading of both, and then to set Monday, August 23rd at 1 p.m. in council chambers as a date, time, and place for the the public hearing on both bylaws. I'm happy to field any questions, Your Worship.
Excellent, thank you very much, Mr. Teal. May I have first reading for the first bylaw? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move the council gives first reading to bylaw number 2021-15 and.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just to sort of perplexed here. I do not have this property listed,
Okay,
but somebody in my brokerage does.
okay,
And I just realized that's the property.
great,
I do not have pecuniary interest in it
thank you.
whatsoever,
Yep,
so I feel that I am allowed to vote, but I just wanted to inform council of that situation.
excellent, thank you for that disclosure. All right, any other questions, or, yes, Councillor Overwater?
Thank you, Worship. So, to Councillor Harper, so you would not be able to sell that property, is that what you're saying?
Possibly in the future I could, but I do not have it listed. I do not have pecuniary interest
Yeah.
in it. But somebody in my brokerage does have it listed.
Yeah.
So I do not gain from it the way it is now.
Excellent. All right, anybody else with comment or question for Mr. Teal? This being first reading, we obviously will have the public hearing and everything to debate at the time, so that's good. I will call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. All right, may I have first reading for number 16? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Worship. I move that council gives first reading to bylaw number 2021-16 and
Excellent. Comments, questions, concerns on this motion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All in favor and opposed. That motion carries as well. All right, a motion to set the public hearing, please. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council sets Monday, August 23rd, 2021 at 1 p.m. in council chambers as the date, time, and place for a public hearing on bylaws 2021-15 and 2021-16.
Excellent. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor and opposed. That motion carries as well. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Teal. I would imagine you're sticking around for our next item, so hold tight. We'll move on to number 4A. CAO, would you have some opening comments?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. 4A is information on the Highway 27 functional plan. A number of times this functional plan has been referenced in Town of Olds documents, especially the municipal development plan, but also in various bylaws that have come forth in regards to road closures and things of that nature. After discussing this with administration and after having a discussion with council earlier, we thought it would be important to go through the entire Highway 27 functional plan for the council to get an update on what the plan was for, what has happened since the plan has come into place, and answer any questions. From this, we'll probably have discussions with the Alberta Transportation to further discuss any questions that may be brought forth. But we did think at this time it would be good to go through all aspects of this plan because it is pretty comprehensive, and to indicate what the plan had initiated and what has been completed to date. With that, I believe Mr. Teal is going to walk us through the Highway 27 plan, and I'll ask Director Wagstaff if he has any other comments.
I do not.
All right, Mr. Teal, you have a presentation. We'd love to hear it. Mr. Teal, can you,
Yes, my Zoom controls disappear on me.
oh, there we go. Now we've got you.
You're now seeing my shared screen and you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
And the presentation I'm going to be using, Your Worship, is also available in your agenda packages if that's more convenient to follow along. And with that, we'll get underway. So basically, the presentation I'm going to be giving is intended to provide background information about how we created or come to have the Highway 27 functional planning study, which has a date of April of 2009. As the CEO has mentioned, we're going to review some of the plans what the plan calls for changes to intersections and access points along the Highway 27 corridor, and also take a look at the progress that's been made to date on implementing or putting that plan into action. In terms of the organization of the presentation, there's really about 3 parts. The first part is about context. We're going to look briefly at timeline of other key plans and studies. We're going to focus on 2 others outside of the current functional plan because there is a relationship between those. And then we'll go through those changes that the plan calls for, and then look at the overall changes that have been made to date. In terms of timeline for key plans, there's about 6 that you can see hopefully on the slide. So minor technical for Sean, the live stream didn't advance with my slide.
Actually, I think, Mr. Teal, it did. We
Okay,
can
there it is.
see, we have the
There it is.
timeline of plans. Starting first bullet is 2001 ISL engineering prepared.
It has, your worship, apparently we just have like a couple seconds of lag.
Okay, there we go.
So in terms of the timeline for key plans, there's 6 up here on the screen. I'm not going to go over all of them in detail. They do set some of the context for what's happened in terms of our recent history around the Highway 27 corridor. And it's important to note that when we talk about the Highway 27 corridor, Alberta Transportation is what we call the highway authority. So they do plans for those facilities that they're responsible for. They do have an interaction with the town, which is sometimes referred to as the land use authority. And both the highway and the land use authority try to work together to make sure that the local interests of building a town along the highway are coinciding with the highway's objective of being able to move traffic around Alberta. So starting in 2001, the department had a review undertaken about the section of Highway 27 through the town roads to see what was actually happening in terms of how well traffic flow was going through the area. That was done by ISL Engineering, and one of their key recommendations was for Alberta Transportation to do a better plan or a functional plan focusing largely on access management. So that's the control of intersections and driveways in and off the highway. That led to the next study in 2005, 2006, more or less, which was a first version of a functional plan created by UMA. And we're going to talk more specifically around that plan on another slide a little later on. That also led to another study in 2008, 2009, what we call the current functional plan, or the April 2009 document. And that really was developed in part in response to some of the shortcomings from the UMA plan and the approach that was taken there, and Alberta Transportation's decision to set that aside. At the same time that current functional plan focusing on the stretch of highway through the town was underway, when you go up to the upper right corner of the slide, you can see that the consultant was working with AT staff to assess options for the realignment of the Highway 27 corridor around the vicinity of goals, and we'll speak a bit about that. Corresponding, at the same time, once these 2 items were well underway, the town did a lot of work on their own transportation master plan around the 2009-2010 timeframe, what we often refer to as the BUNT study, looking at that long-term road network that the town itself needs. And members of council will remember that that's also one of the key information that we pulled recently into the town's updated municipal development plan. And then building on the 2009 study, stretching up till around the 2013 time period, Alberta Transportation had moved their discussion around corridor options and bypasses into another formal study called the Highway 2 Corridor Management Study that looked at a whole series of options of connecting the QE2 with Highway 27. We'll spend a bit of time looking at that as well in terms of context. So we're going to jump around and look at some of these studies a little bit out of order, and then we'll come back to what we're calling the current functional plan. Again, to establish some of the context and how we got to where we're at. Okay, so starting first with the sorry, not sure what that was. So the UMA Highways 27 Functional Planning Study. This project basically spanned it over 2005-2006. It was a project that was led by Alberta Transportation with a consultant. So in terms of public consultation and discussions with the community, that was decisions that were made by Alberta Infrastructure and Transportation at the time. At the time that the consultation was had, and that took place, took the form of a single open house, approximately 65 attendees participated, provided their input, and at that point there were three alternatives that the consultant and AET had generated. They had indicated and noted in their study that alternative 3 was one of the more favored ones, and that approximately a good number of the attendees supported the idea of a highway bypass. The study went on to create 2 more alternatives, but generally speaking, all of them had the same general theme of how to provide a divided 4-lane highway with a central median through the majority of the highway corridor through the town of Olds. And that meant significant changes to access points to convert them to right in, right out, to remove access points altogether. As I mentioned a little earlier, ultimately the study was set aside by Alberta Transportation, and that was largely due to 2 factors. One was the overall cost of the actual construction to be able to go ahead with and implement that project. And the other was recognizing that with some significant objections from key stakeholders, obtaining the land to be able to implement some of the ideas was going to be that much more expensive and that much more difficult to actually put in place. Up on the screen now should be alternative 4 from the UMA study, and I'm not going to walk through all 5 studies. It's actually surprisingly difficult to get our hands on any evidence of the UMA study anymore. So we're fortunate to have 1 or 2 slides or graphics still from that overall project. And this one shows the basically a east and west half, east on the north, the west half on the south, extending from about 49th Avenue over to 57th Avenue through the main part of town. And what you're seeing on this drawing where you see the yellow, those are new drive lanes or right in, right outs, or right turn lanes, dedicated left turn bays. And you can see it, essentially it was expanding through the entire amount of space that was available through the town of Olds, and sometimes acquiring land needed to build a 4-lane divided highway cross-section, sometimes again with a right turn lane, sometimes with a left turn bay. And what you can see through the middle, you see these dark areas, was the idea of providing a median that traffic would not be able to cross over to the various driveways and properties on either side over the long term. In some cases, it involved buying out entire properties to realign intersections. In other cases, it was as simple as closing off an existing street access with alternatives. But by and large, a very significant change to what's happening along that corridor if this plan had been implemented in its the version that was written. So, having set that aside, Alberta Transportation also started picking up on the idea of what would a bypass around Olds look like. And this is where we branch off into 2 additional studies. The initial consultation in 2009, but ultimately that morphed into the Highway 2 Corridor Management Study. And I'm going to bring up another slide to speak to this as well. It basically looked at a whole series of 34 alignments on how to connect the QE2 highway on the east side of Olds to a point of Highway 27 on the west side, with a broad view of saying if we had to move traffic that's moving regionally, coming maybe down from Edmonton on its way to Calgary or to the mountains around Olds, what would that look like, and what would the options look like? Eventually, the options were narrowed down to 3 or 4 preferred, and we'll bring those up on the slide as well. And the long-term implication of this particular study is that the current segment of Highway 27 through the town of Olds no longer functions in a manner that moves traffic as efficiently as Alberta Transportation would like to see, then Alberta Transportation may have to come back and look at the bypass options and make a time on when they can be put in place. So when I say they took a look at a large scale or a large number of alignments, this graphic shows all 34 up there in various color codes and directions. In the middle, the dark area you see is on the air photo is the town of Olds, and over here is the QE2 highway, and the various colored lines are linking into either the existing interchange or new proposed interchanges located along the QE2. So one was up in the Took area, and several actually tied into the existing with some options to improve that current interchange. And all of them link up to Highway 27 at some point over here on the west side of the town. From that vast collection of alignments, a series of 4 were recommended or as preferred by the consultant. And so for Alberta Transportation's further study and consideration, and you can see those in the color-coded yellow, red, blue, and green corridors that are now shown going up around the north side of the town of Olds, town of Olds being here, and all of them tying in and trying to make use of the existing interchange, although with some improvements to that interchange over time. It's not to say that that's perfect, it does need to be improved. But that was preferred over building a brand-new interchange at another location, largely due to cost. 2 that alignments that I'll draw your particular attention to are the ones that are red and blue. They go right across the top of the Discovery Plains area in this location here, and that alignment pretty much corresponds to what was put in the Bunt Transportation Plan as a key arterial for the town, and what's been pulled in as an idea into the town's municipal development plan. So from there, Your Worship, we're going to switch gears to the second portion of the presentation and start looking at what the current functional plan actually says for changes along that highway corridor. So we're going to be using the drawings from the April 29 functional plan as much as we can, so that sometimes it'll be a little difficult to look at. The drawings that we're going to walk through will progress from west to east, starting at 70th Avenue and 67th Avenue, and just move our way gradually across to the town office. The air photo that you see under the drawings is from the time frame around 2008, I think. So definitely before April of 2009, as the plan was being finalized and accepted by Alberta Transportation. And I do want to point out, we'll also have some brief text as we go, and I'll try to speak to some of the changes as well at a very high level. It may not get every single access point proposed. It's important to note that the ideas in the functional plan are broad and conceptual. So just like we do broad conceptual plans for multiple quarter sections with the idea that there's going to be some refinement as we do more detailed subdivision designs or a local area structure plan, Alberta Transportation takes the same kind of approach and recognizes that the ideas that you see in the functional plan may be refined when more detailed construction, more detailed survey is undertaken, or things may have changed that they're able to talk about alternative solutions, or maybe put off implementing the full amount of what's called for in the functional plan and break it up into further stages. It's also important to note that when we look at this, the ideas on what could be done in any particular location are pretty much unique. It depends on the specific traffic problem that was occurring at that location, what the existing site conditions were all about. Maybe it was problems only with left turn traffic across the median into the property. And it also depends on what the surroundings provided in terms of available options to solve that solution. And sometimes that may be there was space or a possibility for a land exchange to relocate service roads. In other cases, there may be only a very limited range of options available other than just sharing a driveway. It may have just been sharing a driveway. So it's important to remember that not every single change is the same. It's also important to remember that Alberta Transportation prepared this plan with the idea of compromise and achieving some improvement in traffic flow and safety over the next several years up until about the 2040 timeframe as the town grows. And beyond that point, the Highway 27 may be functioning more like an urban arterial as opposed to what Alberta Transportation would like to see in terms of traffic movements for vehicles or travelers going through the community onto other destinations in terms of length of time or delay at lights or intersections and general congestion. So starting first in the far west, our first slide, when you see this coming up on the left-hand side is a snippet from the actual functional plan itself, and then on the right-hand side, a little bit of text to draw attention to some of the key points. So Highway 27 at 70th Avenue intersection doesn't show a lot of changes on this particular graphic other than a little note down in the box down here that says any intersection improvements at 70th Avenue were meant to be determined at the time of further development in the general vicinity, either north or south of 70th Avenue, or from, that could be the Cornerstone area, that could be the Sportsplex to the north, or it could be residential farther to the south. In terms of the 67th Avenue, at the time that this study was done, Cornerstone, as you can largely see, was already in place, so the north leg was already defined, and medians had already been installed along Highway 27 on either side of the intersection. And that really left the south leg in terms of, for the functional plan, in terms of what the idea was in the future for that. And what you're seeing on the drawing is a move away from the traditional service roads, which tend to be located pretty close to the intersections, which is probably where the mouse is moving right now, to an access point farther south. So you have greater separation distance between the intersection and that second access to get into the commercial property on east or west of that new extension of 67th Avenue that would go through the commercial area and also provide a connection to the residential area to the south. That connection to the residential area to the south was also part of the theme that Alberta Transportation had, was providing more direct access to some of the commercial areas rather than putting residential traffic out to the arterial road network to then come back into the commercial and vice versa. So to avoid extra loading of traffic if you can, by providing more connections, and this is an example of that kind of thinking. As we move a little farther to the east, our next stop is 65th Avenue. And to the north, again, with the development of Cornerstone, some of the changes were already put in place. Although it was noted there was an improvement to the radius of the curve over here for the service road going to the east from that intersection. And you can see what we call the bulbing back here is what Alberta Transportation was trying to achieve with the relocation of the service road on the south side to a point just north of what was the RCMP, and it's now the RCMP and Emergency Services Building, to basically switch the service road location from here to the south to then tie into the No Frills Extra Foods or Loblaws property to then connect back to the existing service road or connect into the drive aisles on the private land and on the in the commercial area. It also called for a change to the service road in the southeast quadrant of the intersection by providing a raised median and a dedicated left turn bay. And then in essence, what that would mean is once that was put in place, access to places like the Home Hardware, which are further down on the service road, would not be able to come in from the west side. If you're coming in from Sundre off the highway, you'd have to go past and use the next right turn to then circle back down the service road. So that is what was called for in this particular vicinity. Again, moving farther to the east, our next stop is the Imperial Way intersection. So it's a little bit cut off with the label, but this is the Imperial Way intersection. And then over here, we have 57th Avenue on the right-hand side of the drawing. So we're going to look at those series of intersection improvements. For Imperial Way on the north side service road, the plan called for eventually a closure of this leg, making this a T intersection. And that closure could only take place once the service road was realigned, again, to have that separation or bulbing, to go up through the Aloha Mobile Home Park and tie into 57th Avenue at a point much farther north than the current intersection, or the service road intersections here. And again, that's about stacking space and distance here. So obviously quite a negotiation to obtain that particular land and the realignment of the highway. On the south side, the changes involved a smaller bulbing or realignment of the east leg of the service road that leads to Home Hardware, the closure of the access to the triangular piece of land, and then off 57th, that same triangular piece of land, their access point that was close to 57th would be closed off and moved farther south to again get a little bit of spacing from the intersection, 50th Street, and their own driveway. At 57th Avenue itself, the plan called for the addition of dedicated left turn bays for the northbound and for the southbound. And also looks like a concrete median and painted median combination. And the one to the south in particular, depending on if that's concrete or painted, is intended to provide or to cut off the traffic flow from west to east down 50th, which is here, into the downtown area. So our next block, we're still at 57th Avenue on the left-hand side of our screen, and extending over to 55th Avenue this time around, with quite a bit busier around range of changes here. On the south side, the changes called for the closing or combination of driveways. So you can see one closure right here for the Shell station at the time. You can see a closure of a lane here, creating it to a T. You see a closure of 56th Avenue here, converting it to a cul-de-sac. And in some cases, individual houses or driveways may have been combined as well in the plan. On the north side, the changes were considerably different and included the introduction of a dedicated right turn lane all the way across from 50th Avenue all the way to 57th, The addition of a right in, right out, generally at a centralized location here with the intention to be shared by the 3 or 4 businesses that are on the block. It still retained the open service road south of Tim Hortons out to 55th Avenue to going to the east, but to the west, it called for the realignment of the service road up the west side of the hotel, across the back of the Cam Clark brick location now, and the closure or removal of the service road that you see across the front of the former Cam Clark Ford site, which, as you can see from the air photo, was largely used as a vehicle display area while the dealership was there, as opposed to a service road per se. Okay, so our next stop is the twin intersections. We have the twinning at 54 Avenue on both the north leg and the south leg. On the left-hand side of the photo, we have the twin 52nd Avenue north and south on the east or right-hand side of the photo. So at 54th, the idea was to close off or convert the south leg of 54th Avenue to a right-in, right-out, and that's achieved by building a median across here and also adding a dedicated left turn bay. Several driveways were being closed off last year on the west side of Highway 54 Avenue, were closed. This hasn't happened necessarily as of yet, with the idea that a new shared access where they would cross to a point where they can come into the intersection. New traffic signals were identified. Realignment of access points to go to the Co-op Mall to the north and into the Legion to the south were also called for. Farther to over here to 52nd Avenue, there used to be the twin set of lights, which I personally don't miss. One of them has been removed. 52nd Avenue, the south leg closed off and become a cul-de-sac with a further median to reinforce that as well, and in between to the west side of 52nd Avenue as well. And so proceeding a little bit farther east towards the uptown area, we're looking now at the location of what's still shown on the air photo of the high school site and the football field on the north side of Highway 27. And the plan here called for the extension of 51st Avenue north through the high school site to link up to Highway 27 and provide a second way to get into the uptown area, 51st Avenue parallel and 50th Avenue, the main street through the uptown area. And also providing a dedicated left turn bay for a new set of lights at 51st Avenue, and then extending 51st Avenue north past the row of commercial businesses that are already there into the football field area, and providing what's commonly referred to as a reverse service road. As you can see here, providing a link back to the Mohawk gas station and providing access to the rear of the property, similar for A&W, having a proposed service road that would provide access to the rear of the property. Out on the front for those properties, the long-term installation of a median, which convert their existing driveways either to right in, right out, or in some cases, if they are closed, they have to use another access to come in, use a service road, and come into their property. The plan also called for 2 options for the extension of 51st Avenue. Once it got into the football field area, it could branch to the west and go link into the fire lane behind the mall, and then provide a connection over to the other roadway network in that direction. Or it could have branched off to 44th Street in this general vicinity and providing a link in that fashion. Okay, sliding slightly to the east again, now we're at the main intersection of 50th Avenue and 49th Avenue and the railway crossing. So it does call for some closing of access points and consolidation and sharing of access points in the north side to the west of 50th Avenue, and ultimately the installation of a median, which would convert that to right in, right out, which means all directional access would come off 50th Avenue. At 49th, it involved some widening to allow left turn bays. It did involve the closing of the lane behind what was a former Esso station in this general vicinity, and also on this side as well to help improve traffic. Again, progressing to the east, between 48th Avenue and Highway 2A, somewhat along the way, various driveways, individual for houses or lanes, were slated to be closed. 47th Avenue, the north leg, was supposed to be converted to a cul-de-sac. And when we get to the Highway 2A intersection, the idea was to create a free flow from northbound to westbound for traffic making this movement at the intersection, and similarly for, southbound. For northbound traffic, eastbound traffic on the south side of the intersection, a free-flow lane was being installed as well. And that also meant setting aside space for a dedication of road acquisition by Alberta Transportation at some future date in that vicinity. For northbound and southbound lanes, there was also a creation of a dedicated left turn bay called for that intersection. So our last slide for the walkthrough from west to east of what the current functional plan calls for is the area from Highway 2A past the town office and then extending farther east as we head out to the town boundaries. So this called for the consolidation of access points for Best Western and BP's and the town office to a single point here. It also shows the possibility of having that reverse service road off Highway 2A in this particular case across the back of the properties as an option to provide additional access. And to get into that driveway, the creation of a dedicated left turn bay and ultimately medians to be installed at a future date. As you move a little farther to the east, the highway would transition from more of an urban cross section where the lanes are closer together with maybe a concrete median in between to a divided four-lane highway, which is what you can see here, with a grass median in between and the lanes splitting apart and separating, the red line denoting the acquisition of additional land to make that possible. And that transition would carry on over to the QE2 interchange. So with that, Your Worship, we're going to now move on to the what's happened since, having gone over the April 2009 plan in the intervening 13 years or so. Well, not quite 13, 12 years. The question is what has been implemented and what changes have taken place. So we're going to try to do the same walkthrough, going from west to east, to try and identify those as much as we can. For the most part, the air photo that's being used in the slides is taken from the town's geographic information system. So that's from May of 2017. I've had to insert a more current one to show another change. I think is from 2019, so I'll try to point that out when we get to that. It's important as we go through this this stage to recognize the 2009 plan had an overall implementation schedule at the back. And basically the general theme was to say, take advantage of what other opportunities that come up to improve access as they emerge. So sometimes that would be some town funding for a change to a road or a lane here or there. Sometimes Alberta Transportation had some money to make minor changes to an intersection, either by adding a median or changing up signage or turn lanes or the timing. In other cases, it's when property along the corridor was being developed for the first time or undergoing a large-scale redevelopment that led to a conversation about how to implement the functional plan as time progressed. And we're going to hit some of those examples as we go through the various slides. So the first up, no air photo, but we're at 70th Avenue intersection and Highway 27, and this is one that's slated for construction to start in 2021. So the air photo will be a little bit more interesting maybe in 2022 to show those changes actually in place. And what you see on this graphic is the extension of the divided highway from the east side of the intersection of 70th through to the west side of 70th, and then tapering back down to the two-lane undivided highway that carries off to Sundre. Along the way with the improved intersection at 70th Avenue, there's dedicated left turn bay for northbound traffic, dedicated left turn bay for southbound traffic to go to the Highlands area, and basically pulling the access point for the commercial is already identified as being further back. There's no plans for the extension of the service road either here or here, which is consistent with the functional plan. The next stop on our tour of the changes is 65th Avenue. And at the time of the plan, the changes to the north were already done. But in terms of follow-up, the location north of the RCMP site was really a focus of a lot of effort around 2010, 2012, to basically take the service road from here and realign it to what became 51st Street. And that led to the consolidation of parcels, and the development you see on the site, of course, is a 4-story Mountain View Credit Union building that was constructed roughly speaking at the same time that these roadway changes were being put in place. What has not been implemented at this point in time is the median that I mentioned earlier across the service road here at 65th Avenue. So this is an example where parts of the functional plan were implemented and other parts were put aside for further monitoring to see how traffic flow performs with some changes in place, recognizing that if need be, those ideas can still come back and be implemented at a later date. When you see the date on the screen about 2010 to 2012, that's a reflection of how long it took for some of the conversations to be had to move from initial ideas, looking at development permits, looking at road closure processes, looking at funding, and actually making a change to the point where in 2012 you actually see changes on the ground. Our next stop is the 56th Avenue intersection, more or less, between 57th Avenue, and 55th Avenue near Tim Hortons. And the smaller change is the actual closure of 56th Avenue on the south side, so that was converted to a cul-de-sac at the same time I believe this duplex subdivision went through. And on the north side, a little bit more contemporary, around 2015, 2017, the right-in, right-out was installed here in front of the hotel. The all-directional access was retained through the Tim Hortons here, directly on Highway 27, and also here at 55th Avenue, which definitely represents, again, an adjustment as we go of the functional plan. And you can also see the start of the realignment of the service road to go around the north part of the former Cam Clark Ford site with the redevelopment of the east half of that property into the Circle K and gas station. So that's where you see the service road going, running up north-south up along the west side of the hotel. And space is not paved, it is across the north side of this half of the former Cam Clark. You also see some minor blocks put in by Alberta Transportation's direction to close off the access points as a stopgap measure, again, trying to implement the ideas of restricting access to improve traffic flow per the functional plan. Our next jump is over to 55th Avenue to 54 Avenue. And the significant changes here is that there's a consolidation of an access point for the mall, and dentist's office, I believe, in this general vicinity, although it does not align with the Legion driveway, which was what was called for in the functional plan. And over here on, that's close to 55th Avenue, there was a small-scale redevelopment to create the restaurant that's in this location. So driveways for the residential and what was then a residential parcel have been consolidated for the functional plan to line up and have at least a line up with the 55th Avenue intersection to restrict or make it easier for vehicles to flow through that particular location. A lot of other changes have yet to be implemented on this stretch. Some significant changes happened with the former high school location, and that's what this slide is now focusing on. It includes the, at the time of this photo, the temporary closure with concrete blocks of the south leg of 52nd Avenue, the removal of the traffic signals in this location, the widening of the highway to provide space for a dedicated left turn bay here, at the future full intersection of 51st Avenue, the extension of 51st Avenue through the high school site to create the south leg, but not the north leg at this particular point in time. And then this photo, since it's from 2017, shows the development of the parcels that resulted. So the new location of Cam Clark Ford and a medical clinic over here, I believe, in this location. But by and large, the concrete work that you're seeing on the ground, or as part of this photo, was in that 2011 to 2014 period as the high school relocated, vacated the site, and Chinook's Edge School Division was able to dispose of the property. The next part of the school site redevelopment took place a little later. So this photo, I think this photo is from 2019 or 2020 from Google. We never really know the date. But I did want to show the cul-de-sac bulb that's been constructed in the area that was the former football field. So this is the north leg of 51st Avenue. So at this point in time, the traffic signals would have gone in at the new intersection of 51st Avenue. The reverse service road to the west has been created here. It became a cul-de-sac bulb as opposed to tying into the mall property proper, but that does provide access to the properties on the south side. To get to the former Mohawk, I believe, there's a piece of land left here to be able to do the same idea. And you can see from the cul-de-sac bulb that the idea of extending over to the north side of the mall or over to 44th Street was actually changed in favor of a cul-de-sac design. So this took place roughly around the 2014 to 2018 period between the time of land discussions, road closure, and ultimately subdivision approval that created some of the parcels, such as the one to accommodate the new residential building that you see up here in this location. So moving a little farther to the east, we're now at the intersection of Highway 2A. The significant changes that have occurred here, not at the same time as the redevelopment of 3 parcels here. Much earlier was the closure of 47th Avenue on the south leg, to convert that to a cul-de-sac. That coincided with a bit of redevelopment of some of the lots in that general vicinity. Significantly also in the northwest quadrant of the 2A intersection, we had the redevelopment of 3 properties into the convenience commercial gas bar area that you can see in that area. That led to the creation of a right-in, right-out. We don't have a median across, so instead there's a large, what we call a pork chop, to direct traffic to treat this as a right-in, right-out, with all directional access still available off Highway 2A. Also part of the plan, you can see some additional grass and space set aside here for the future acquisition of that free flow southbound to westbound lane that Alberta Transportation would have to acquire from the property owner at a later date to put that idea into place. And then a little bit of concrete block to define the boundaries and keep vehicles back from the southwest corner of that intersection as well. So roughly speaking, the conversion of the commercial area was around the 2015 or 2017 time period. So our final slide on the walkthrough of what's happened since the plan was approved is the section in front of the town office and BP's. So this meant the consolidation of the access points to the central location here. The service road that was shown to the north has not been constructed, and the dedicated left turn bay is painted on as opposed to a concrete or dedicated median at this stage. And this was roughly speaking put in place around the 2010 to 2012 time frame. So with that, Your Worship, members of council, that gives us a walkthrough of what's actually happened to date. I've identified a couple key takeaways. I think there's probably a few more than what I've got up here on the slide from the presentation and from the functional plan. And number one, I do want to point out that the functional plan itself does have a lot more detail, description about the nature of the changes, if there's an interest in reading that. It is meant to accommodate town growth and the function of the highway, so trying to seek a blend between the investment on private properties and the public infrastructure being the highway as long as possible, with the idea that we need to accommodate access, but Alberta Transportation also needs to move traffic through. And that, as long as possible, we think will extend out to that 2040 time period. The plan itself represents not necessarily what the ideal pull down the engineering guidelines and implement at all cost type approach would be. That was a UMA plan that was set aside. This plan consists of a series of compromises that can make things better, working within what we've got to work, in essence. When that no longer works, the option of a highway bypass is something that Alberta Transportation may have to turn their attention back to, at which point, hopefully by 2040, the town is significantly different, grown, and traffic patterns will have changed, but that option will still be there in the background. And finally, the implementation of the functional plan has been taking place on as opportunity arises, and certainly you can see that some opportunities have been taken care of so far. There remains a fair number of items yet to be implemented, and they typically arise when, have been driven to date by redevelopment of properties, or when Alberta Transportation of the town purposely dedicate funds to make some of the improvements. With that, Your Worship, I will be happy to field any questions. I appreciate your patience in listening to the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teal, for the very fulsome presentation. That's excellent. It's good to see the history and the thought process behind this plan. Obviously, it's very extensive and well thought out. All right, I have Councillor Overwater. Can we start with a motion to accept for information, and we'll go to your question and or comment.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. Yes, I move that council accept the information, the presentation on Highway 27 functional plan as presented by Mr. Craig Teal. I do have a couple of questions, but my first question is, it still shows the bypass arterial road to the north. I thought that had been changed to the south now, south of Lake Ridge, that way. Huh?
Your worship, I'm hoping the screen will catch up. Has it already moved to the preferred corridor options in the room?
Yes, it has.
Okay, great. There it goes flying through now on the live stream. So yes, the question is, these are the preferred corridor options identified for Alberta Transportation in terms of what they would consider for their investment to create a bypass. On top of that, we also have the needs for future arterial roads that the town needs as growth occurs, and that's where the south route comes into play. Because the Alberta Transportation has not identified that as a bypass, the south, when you look at the Bunt plan, has some restrictions on heavy truck traffic movements on various portions. So whereas the provincial investment going up and around using any one of the alignments that you see would be intended purposely to accommodate truck traffic. I hope that, I hope I got all of the question.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I don't think this is a question that Mr. Teal could perhaps answer, but in reference to the creation of service roads along, to accommodate traffic along that Highway 27, i.e. from 57th Avenue behind what is now the Brick and Circle K. Yeah, Circle K. Is the responsibility of Alberta Transportation to help fund those service roads?
I'm not sure if Craig should be answering this question. I'll give it an attempt. Basically, the functional plan was laid out with a number of costs associated to it, indicating that some would have to be helped by developers, which we have done, or with provincial grants, which a few have been done with provincial grants. But there's no assignment of who's responsible for these specific, the service roads. It is something that we will have ongoing discussions with transportation, as Craig did indicate in his presentation, as grants become available or they get budget monies for the central region that can be identified. I think we'll have to develop the strategic plan of which items we need to deal with, which we did it with 70th Avenue, and we basically did with the old high school site as well.
Excellent, thank you very much, CAO. Councillor Blatz first, then Ryan, and
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to probably Mr. Teals. On page 66 of our agenda, it shows the original plans to enlarge the turning access at the intersection of 27 and 2A. And as we all know that this intersection tends to be quite awkward, particularly if there's a big truck comes through there and is trying to turn. Now, seeing this aerial photo on page 26, I guess, of your presentation, Mr. Teals, it does show that maybe there is potential to enlarge this access. Do we know, is AT going to eventually look at doing this, or due to the creation of our 68th Avenue roundabout, we're hoping to eliminate traffic coming through there, but it is still quite an awkward intersection. So do we know? It is a very tight intersection. And I'm not sure if anyone can even actually answer this, but I am curious.
Again, Craig, you can add to this, but basically this has been identified, and this plan is to be looked at to 2040. So what we'll need to do is identify the specific ones. If grants do become available, I think annually we usually have discussions with municipal affairs and transportation at AUMA, and we'll be endeavoring to do that again this year. And we should be raising these items in advance of the potential, because that was identified by transportation as a solution to the intersection at the 2A and 27. But Craig, you can add to that if you wish.
I will, Michael, thank you very much. So I certainly do encourage council to advocate for the implementation of the functional plan. Alberta Transportation does do things typically in 3-year cycles, and you never know when you get a chance to get in. Sometimes they do have some small pools of operational dollars And this is probably a good example where we also have some splits in terms of the authority on who gets to do what. So when you look at the commercial property up in the northwest part of that intersection, Alberta Transportation very much had a lot of input on where the access points were to be installed. And the developer had to build the right in, right out, had to put their driveway where Alberta Transportation required. But by and large, once you're into this area here on the private land, that's the town using their development authority tools to be able to help implement the overall functional plan. That included pushing the buildings back. And this is where the relationship between Alberta Transportation and municipalities gets a little bit interesting. Through subdivision and development permit processes, even though we know Alberta Transportation needs some land here to implement their plan in the future, we're not allowed to acquire that for them. They have to actually purchase it when they're ready to go ahead and make any of the changes here to the intersection, which tends to go into their capital planning process.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Teal. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a question with regards to that, so thank you, Councillor Blatz, because that answers my question. But I'll ask another one, and that is the barriers that are shown at where the brick is and where the former gas station is now, liquor store. Would there ever be a time when they would open those up? Because that's a question that I was asked by one of the gentlemen who's involved in those properties. They were more interested in the one that is on the south side of Highway 27 at the corner of 57, so that one there. Would that ever be an opening that would occur? I said I didn't think so, but I thought I would ask.
Your Worship, just to answer that question, I think I'm going to jump back to the slide to see what it actually was called for at those 2 points. And this may be a question of gradual phased-in implementation. What we'd like to see in the long term versus what we need in the short term, maybe two different things, and it looks like the answer is no. So, yes, the west access into the Shell location, where the blocks are now, was called for to be a closure. And at the time that the plan was done, it was still an active gas station, and that's where you see a kind of an exception made for tractor trailers to cross the median, but no other vehicles were going to be able to cross the median. That's why there's this break. And the idea was that the painted median would be replaced by a concrete raised median to reinforce the point that these are a right in, right out access. So I'm thinking the concrete blocks are next step through to Councillor Ryan is curb line to completely close that intersection on a permanent basis.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. I figured that would be the answer.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much. Craig, could you go back to that slide in reference to 57th? And I see in the north, which is the brick Circle K, does that say provincial? So that's under provincial rule? Is that designated for widening of the road? What is that?
Your Worship, the question is specific to the red text, and I'm not sure if everyone can read that. It says it's provincial ownership, usage at the discretion of AT. And it's got a red dash box all the way around what was the original 30-meter wide right-of-way that would have been dedicated as service road. This is, again, a good example of kind of a complex and sometimes not easy to follow relationship between the local land use authority and Alberta Transportation. At some point in time, when those lots were subdivided, Alberta Transportation insisted that a service road be dedicated. Once a service road is actually dedicated and built, sometimes that's considered a local road. And in other words, it's the town's responsibility for control and restriction and use. Although this plan, they've specifically noted that they get some say in that as well. We also get a little bit more convoluted when it comes to disposal on who owns that asset. And historically, even though it may have been originally acquired by AT, despite the note that you see on the screen, typically the land asset transfers to the municipality. And that's what then gives us the ability to get involved in land swaps to facilitate some aspects of the functional plan. I'm not sure why they labeled it the way they did on this. It may have been for a message about the various parking activities and vehicle display activities that were occurring at the time.
Excellent, thank you very much.
I'm sure
Councillor
that-
Overwater.
Okay, I have to go back. I need some clarity on this arterial road and bypass. So the bypass is to the north, and the arterial road is to the south of the town of Olds. Now, you stated, Craig, that the arterial road to the south is not accommodating large trucks. Did I hear you correctly? Because my understanding is we want large trucks to come from the southeast industrial to go around Olds through that arterial road. So I'm a little confused as to what that bypass is to the north and to the arterial road to the south.
So there's kind of two different plans here. There's what AT would like to do for the highway network. And by definition, highway networks always have to accommodate the full range of truck traffic. So what Alberta Transportation is saying by this graphic is right now Highway 27 is where their investment in the overall network goes. And in the long run, if they had to make a choice on where to change their network, they would pick one of the colored options here to go around. So to try and integrate their planning with the town's planning, this is where the blunt transportation plan and the MDP comes in and says, well, are we protecting the right land for their future bypass? Because if we don't protect that, maybe the bypass ends up further away up here to the north, or can't be built at all. So in the short term, some of those same alignments are identified as an arterial road for the town, because even if it doesn't become a bypass, the town still needs a good arterial road network to move traffic from east to west as the town grows from that 10,000 population towards that 30,000 population horizon. We have to the south where we also have where we have arterial shown, they are largely more based on the town's needs as opposed to the province's needs. Both sets of roads help with the overall traffic pattern in and around the town of Olds. There's a question of which jurisdiction controls which. The area that I was referring to for the south arterial specific that has restrictions on truck traffic is that area from 57th over to 70th, which we've identified in the Bunt plan, I believe, and in the MDP, that segment would not be purposely dedicated for truck traffic. East of 57, especially going over the tracks into the industrial area, that most definitely will be able to accommodate truck traffic. So I'm not sure if there's another alternative road around the south that you're asking about. Certainly the province identified a lot, but in terms of that south arterial, it's that flow from 70th through the Liberty Lands area, through the south end of Miller Meadows and into the southeast industrial, it's now 68th Avenue that I'm referring to.
Oh, that's some clarity. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Any further questions for Mr. Teal? All right, Mr. Merritt.
No, I'll have the questions.
Oh, okay, Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so we still have people, I know you can't stop people from doing things that they're not supposed to do, but I mean, the right-in, right-out on the north side of 27, you still have people going from the west to the east, but turning into those right-in, right-outs on the north. However, now, there have been new businesses that have opened on the south side. Now, we have traffic crossing the lane. If you're coming from the east, they're crossing over to turn south onto some of those new businesses. So how come they don't have right-in, right-outs like the other ones on the north side? Like along, you've got a couple of businesses along there. You have a restaurant, you have another meat shop, etc. And you can cross traffic there, but on the north side, you're not supposed to cross traffic into those businesses. So when are the right-in, right-outs going to be implemented for those businesses on the south side?
Yes, Your Worship, I think ultimately it'll take that central median, the physical structure, a raised concrete median to make that effect. And unfortunately, I can't speak to the timing on when that would be put in.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, those are future expansion plans and depends on AT's appetite to do it at the time, I would imagine, and those 3-year plans that you alluded to earlier on. So this fall, when we're at the AUMA conference, we'll certainly quiz AT and the ministers at that point in time. I think it's Councillor Ryan first, then Harper.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question on page, I believe it's 13 of the presentation that we got from Craig, so Craig's presentation. With regards to the intersection at 57 and Highway 27, just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. So, Craig, you said that this would be future dedicated left turn lanes going, when we go when we go north-south? Was that correct?
That is correct. So those are one here, southbound. And
Okay,
one here
'cause-
for northbound.
Okay, because I've been advocating for that for quite some time, since I got on council, I think, and had discussions. We've had many discussions with regards to that, so that's good to see that that would be the future, because we had talked about pork chops there. So, thank you. I'm glad to see that that's going to be the case, and that's in the plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teal. Councillor Harper.
I'm glad that Councillor Ryan brought that up, because my other question was going to be about the pork chops. It was my understanding that pork chops were to be developed this year at 57th Avenue and Highway 27 to indicate that it's not like 4 lanes right there going north and south. And I'm just wondering if that, through you to Director Wagstaff, if that's actually going to occur this year.
That is not part of our 2021 road program. However, we're looking at signage portions there to be able to extend that out.
Councillor Ryan.
Yes, so that was my understanding too, is that we had talked about it, and, I don't think council had approved that at all, so it was only in discussion purposes. I've always said that I'd like to see, there's more than enough room for the 2 cars. I've been at that intersection. In fact, Councilor Overwater and I were both in the same vehicle at one time when a car was pulled up. We were turning left. We were heading south on 57th at that intersection. A car pulled up beside us and went straight through, and we turned. There's more than enough room for that to occur, and all we would have to do right now would be to put up signage and then paint lines proper so that people can actually see that there's a dedicated left turn lane going north and going south on that same roadway. And that's, I was not in favor of the pork chops anyway.
Director Wagstaff, and then we'll go to Councillor Overwater.
My recollection is that we did have our engineer tech take a look at that, and the space was not available to do the 2 lanes at 57th, but the space was available to do it at the Cornerstone intersection. So signage was available. That there was space to put 2 cars there, but there is not the spatial measurements to be able to do the proper 2 lanes there. And that's what the engineer tech had I believe we did provide that to council, that information. We weren't able to do that, so signage was going to reinforce that there was only the 1 lane. And my recollection was that, yes, the possibility of pouring extra concrete could create a pork chop there, but it wouldn't be pouring the whole quote-unquote pork chop, but an extra addition could narrow it out so that cars physically couldn't attempt to go through there, but there is not the lanes there, space available.
All right, Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. So I guess I would like to know what the dimensions are that you need to have 2 lanes or whatever, because as Councillor Ryan has stated, and I've been there many times where I'm gonna turn or go straight and all of a sudden somebody is beside me and they're going straight, or that there's room. And I would like to know what the dimensions are for AT to say that we have to have this much space for 2 lanes, turning, going straight somewhere.
Director Wagstaff?
We'll bring that back to council again, yes.
Excellent.
Doug, I can help you out a little bit with that from my experience.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Teal?
Your worship, I can help you out a little bit with that. Of course, that's a good example of moving from functional plan to much more detailed construction design. And remember, Alberta Transportation will look at big vehicles. So I would expect that number is going to be anywhere between 3.5 meters, ranging up to at least 4 meters of width per lane. And unfortunately, those lanes, when we look at our 7-foot wide vehicles, and we're building 12-foot wide lanes, people do find space that they can slip by, as opposed to what is the formal design of the intersection.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's Councillor Harper, then Ryan.
And sorry to tie this up on this discussion, and I want to thank Mr. Teal for providing this report, but my understanding now is the north portion of 57th Avenue was wide enough, but not the south portion for 2 vehicles, so you couldn't have both ways. And that, I think that's the conversation that took place a few months ago on that. Anyways, beside the point. So thank you very much, Mr. Teal, for all your information.
Councillor Ryan?
Well, thank you, Worship, but I have seen it happen both ways, and I actually have done it one occurrence before I knew that wasn't supposed to be allowed. But anyway, it's in the functional plan, so obviously there is an idea from Alberta Transportation that it can be done there, and so I think that we need to look to the future and just to say, okay, if that's a possibility, then we can make it possible at some point in the future, not necessarily tomorrow, but obviously sometime down the road that it is possible to do it there, and I think it would help traffic flow through that intersection, because it does jam up quite a bit at times.
This when we have rush hour in the town of Olds, it is
That's right,
very
when we have
difficult.
rush hour in tunnels, especially on a Friday when everybody's got their campers going.
Exactly. All right. Councillor Blatz, please.
Perhaps this is something that we should advocate to AT at AUMA.
We will have CAO put that on our list and certainly talk with the minister at that point in time. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I agree with Councillor Ryan, that as our community grows, that intersection is only going to get busier. So if somehow we can get 2 lanes, north and south, I think we should really, take a deep look at that and make sure that it happens, because that's where the hospital is, and it's going to get busier. So.
Very good point. Thank you very much. All right. Any other discussion before, yes, CAO.
Yeah, I do believe administration will need to put together 2 priority lists. One, a municipal/provincial priority list to say, has grants become available, this is what we'd like to see happen first, second, or third. And also, we need a priority list for provincial developer growth as well. And realizing, as Councillor Ryan has said, that this is not going to happen tomorrow, but it should be a plan for the next 20 years, as this is going to 2040. And we also will have to put into play the bypass. If the bypass is coming into play in 20 years' time, certain things would be less important to us on Highway 27 to make sure that we have the appropriate bypass in place that will handle all the traffic going east-west in our community, so to speak. So this is still work in progress. We wanted to present this to council because I don't think we've had a good discussion on this for a number of years, and I think it's a lot of things have happened, and there's a lot of things that can continue to happen. And as grant monies become available, I think it's important to understand what our priorities are and get those to transportation as soon as possible, in hope that in the next 5 years, we will land another provincial grant or two, which would be great.
Thank you very much, CAO. Councillor Overwater?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was reading through here, and we did only have one public engagement with 65 people, and Craig, possibly you can tell me when that was, 2005 or something. You know, we're now 16 years later. Possibly there needs to be more than one public engagement, and you know, our town is growing. There's probably going to be more than 65 people showing up. So just, I think there should have been more than one public engagement, but going forward, I think maybe we will.
Your Worship, I would like to speak to that just briefly. You're quite correct. I only did flag that one incident. And unfortunately, this is probably another reason why the UMA study was set aside. The province running their project chose to have a single engagement activity. Town council did provide their input when it came time to creating the current functional plan that we're working on, the 2009 one. And that led to many more public engagements, stakeholder meetings, and open houses. Unfortunately, that's actually, I didn't pull that out of the text of the current plan, but there was a greater effort to involve the businesses along the corridor and the general public. And I believe some of those were also run in conjunction with, I'm sorry, my mistake. It's the corridor study that ran in conjunction with some of the bunt transportation work that also involved public engagement. But certainly the occasional refresher is probably helpful. One of the things council or administration may want to consider, if not already done so, is posting the presentation available for viewing off the website.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Teal. That looks like it's the end of the conversation for today. And thank you again for such a fulsome presentation here today. It was something like the CAO just alluded to. We haven't talked in open council about this plan for quite some time, and we appreciate the information and the go-forwards. Thank you very much. We do have a motion on the table, so at this time I'll call for the vote. All in favor and opposed. All right, that motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. We are sitting at 11:35. I'd like to chip away perhaps at some of the new business, Mr. CAO, and take us right till 12 so that the after lunch portion of our meeting's a little bit more streamlined. Sound fair?
Sounds fair to me.
Excellent. All right, let's jump into number 5, new business. 5A, Council Policy 108C, Civic Recognition. CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship. This policy was brought forth at the July 5th PMP. After a brief discussion, there was no recommended changes to this policy, and we're bringing it forth for approval.
Excellent, thank you. May I start with a motion, please? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Civic Recognition Policy 108C be approved as presented.
Excellent, thank you. Any comments, questions? We've seen this policy at PNP, so we've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, as we always tend to do. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Were we going to put notice on the website that, you know, we can have congratulatory certificates from the mayor regarding the 65th birthdays, and just so that the public knows that and it's out there? I see Mr. Merritt's got his hand up right away to respond.
I think that's a great idea. I think we should have a did you know now that the council, well, if the council policy passes, it hasn't passed officially yet, but if it does pass, I think a did you know would be great for the residents to see, and remind ourselves that we should periodically put that did you know on, because people will forget, obviously, over time. So maybe on a quarterly basis or something of that nature.
Excellent, thank you very much, CAO. Councillor Blatz.
Yes, and thank you for that information, Mr. Merritt. I do believe during policies and priorities, I did bring this up and did say that we should be letting our citizens know that this is available. And under the Did You Knows, is it perhaps maybe a good idea on our webpage to have a section of Did You Knows, the current and historical ones, so that people could maybe reference back to them? I did look, but I didn't happen to notice it, but sometimes I'm not always that astute on electronics, so.
We will look into that. That's not a bad idea, as long as it doesn't get crowded and that we lose, and we say, well, we posted that in a Did You Know, but it's now 10 pages in. That could be the problem. So I think maybe a combination of the two is something we can look at. I do like the idea of certain things like this to be refreshed on a regular basis, so people will see it on a regular basis too and say, oh yeah, well, there is an anniversary or a birthday that's very important to us, and we can ask the town to recognize it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Excellent, thank you very much. Any other discussion before I call for the vote? Seeing none, I'll do just that. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's move right along to item 5B, Council Policy 205C, Rules for Flying Flags, CAO.
And much like my presentation to the previous item, this was again discussed on the July 5th Policy and Priorities Committee discussion. There were no recommended changes to be made, so we're bringing this forth for approval at this council meeting on the 12th.
Thank you very much, CAO. May I start with the motion, Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the rules for flying flags policy 205C be approved as presented.
Excellent, thank you very much. Discussion? Seeing none, I think this policy is pretty straightforward. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Let's move right along. Item 5C, Council Policy 902C, Green Spaces, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Policy 902C, Green Spaces, was brought forth on the July 5th Policy and Priorities Committee meeting. It was asked to be brought back to council with no changes. There had been a discussion in regards to cemeteries and why they were in a certain category, and that was answered by Director Wagstaff. So with that, we seek your approval for this policy as well.
Thank you very much. May I start with a motion, Councillor Renner?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just need to find it. I move that the Green Spaces Policy 902C be approved as presented.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Got ahead of myself.
Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. All right, let's carry on. Item 5D, Special Council Meeting for July 26th, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you are aware, we are looking at having a public hearing on the 26th for Municipally Controlled Corporation. So we would like to have a special council meeting be assigned for that, and that would be for July 26th, 2021 at 1 p.m.
Excellent, thank you very much. May I start with motion, Councillor Harper?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I move that council call a special council meeting for Monday, July 26, 2021, at 1 p.m. to be held at the Town of Olds Council Chambers, 4512 46th Street, Olds, Alberta, to hold a public hearing as required by Sections 75.1, 75.5, 230, and 606 of the Municipal Government Act, and Section 3 of the Municipally Controlled Corporation Regulation, prior to obtaining control of Olds Fiber by acquiring all of the shares of the same and converting Olds Fiber into an MCC.
Excellent, thank you very much, Councillor Harper. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. All right, let's keep moving along. Item 5E, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. 5E is the results of the curbside bin survey that we conducted. This survey took place all of June. We had quite a few respondents to this, probably one of the largest responses we've had to any of our engagements, and we've had some very good ones over the past number of years. So with this, Jennifer Lutz will come forth and provide the presentation on this affects you and what we heard in the survey results. Jennifer?
Thank you. Good morning. So yeah, we had great participation and we made a commitment to get results out as soon as possible, so July 12th. So we still have some analyzing to do. We had over 400 comments, and some of the comments were very well thought out comments and really good feedback. So we did just want to give you a high level overview of some of the key findings that we heard, but we still have some more evaluation to do on this project. So yeah, 1,468. So that's over 10% of our population, closer to 16%. So definitely statistically valid. 65% wanted to keep the schedule the same. And I say that with a bit of a caveat because we had the survey short purposefully with just one option, well, two options, keep it the same or go to a 2-week. But we did, on those comments, people did have kind of third options and alternate solutions. So just reading the comments, I think the biggest thing was people didn't want to increase in fees. If it would have been a 2-week schedule with no cost, I think that would be a different answer. But the proposed cost, which would be an increase in service level, it's an extra pickup. That was a major concern, and especially for those that are on fixed incomes, we heard that a lot. We did something a bit different with this survey with COVID. We didn't do paper copies because of the office hours and being closed, and we didn't really want to promote people coming into the office. So we did phone surveys. We had over 100 people call in. And if they had any type of feedback, I called a lot of those folks back. It was meant, pick one or two, but it was an opportunity to do some community engagement and ask people some questions. One thing I really learned is a lot of people don't know they can buy another bin for additional fee. So we could do some more education. I know we try and get messages out all the time, but I would say at least 50% of the people, while I have you on the phone, did you know you could buy a bin, and they didn't. So just interesting to me that, we assume people know our programs really well, but we could always do better. There was a lot of concerns about odors, especially in the summer months, with the black and green bins, sorry. I guess you guys know I'm a farm resident, so I learned a lot about waste disposal and just the challenges of a one-size-fit-all approach. Single people households to large families, and you're trying to find the best solution for everybody. So I think that's where that depth of feedback in the comments is going to be good, because they were looking for alternate options. People really like the large bins, and the fact that there's large bins in different neighborhoods. Campaigns on sharing bins with neighbors for those single households to families with, people do some solutions kind of on their own, but, can we promote more of a neighborly approach so that one size could fit all? People did ask a lot what's going to their waste, like where is it going, the recycling and compost. And maybe we could do more education on how the recycling actually happens and what happens with the compost, and is it really reducing the landfill capacity. I think there was questions and just maybe a mistrust on what's actually happening with the waste. So with that, we ran it for about a month. We advertised it, and thanks for council for sharing posts and encouraging participation as well. So our next steps are looking into that data more. We've started grouping it into themes, themes of education and things of possible operational changes. And I know this conversation will come back when you do your annual service conversations and budget deliberations. So with that, I could take questions, or Director Wagstaff can answer them.
Excellent. Well, we never do lack questions, so may I have a motion to start with? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we accept for information and/or provide administration to bring back to a future council, regular council meeting, our curbside bin survey results, I guess. And I do have a question.
Excellent. Yes, please.
Thank you. So this is very good, Jennifer, and I'm glad to see we had so many respondents or responses. Now, we had 1468, so that's on an average probably one per household, I would assume. So how does that compare to the number of residents we have within the town of Wools? Because that's a significant higher, I would think a higher average of people who've responded than, you know, than just comparing it to 10% of our population.
Yeah, I think we're around 9,600 on the Stats Can is how I got the 16%. And I know that there was more respondents per household too. Like
Oh,
we
okay.
didn't really state that you had to go per household. So I know there was a few that came in, 2 responses from a household.
Oh, okay.
Because it was Edna, you register your vote, and Frank, I say no. So we did, like for data quality, I did check IP addresses, so it's not like there was 20 from a household. But there was a couple. So I think the household number, maybe Mr. Merritt, you could correct that. I think it's around 4,000 households.
It's over 4,000, but it's in that range. And again, I think it's the number of people that respond. When we get 1,400 people responding, that's huge for a town of our size, regardless if you use population or household numbers.
Thank you, I totally agree. I was just curious.
Yeah,
As,
we
you know-
actually, we had 16%.
Right.
And then we decided to take that stat out because it is more based on households.
Okay, thank you. That's excellent. That answers my question, comment.
All right, Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I look forward to the comments and further recommendations from the administration in reference to this. I was pleasantly surprised to see the interest from our citizens in reference to garbage, solid waste.
Curious, Mrs. Lutz, I have a question. Did we do anything different as far as promoting this particular topic, or was it just a hot button that everybody seemed to want to jump in and get their say on?
Actually, I think we probably did less promotion because we didn't do a radio spot this time. So I think it was just a hot topic.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was actually surprised at the outcome because we had so many people, when we had input into the budget, that said that they wanted to have more pickup for the black bin, and so I was kind of surprised that it went that way. But maybe when you, like you say, Ms. Letts, then when you factor in the fact that people didn't want to pay the extra amount of money, that was probably the tipping point for it to go the other way. So it was quite interesting, and I look forward to seeing what the comments are from you in the future.
They do give you a bit of analysis with the survey tool that we use. In the first few days, it was definitely more option to change the option. And then I think the word got out, and people were concerned about the fee increase, and, you know, steadily that percentage started growing on the don't change. But the first few days, it was looking like, oh yeah, people want to change, but those, I think, were the people that were unhappy with the service.
Excellent, thank you. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, we have a motion on the table. Oh, yes, Ms. McKinnon.
Hi, thank you. Just to confirm Councillor Blatt's motion, because it was to accept for information and direct administration to bring back. So I'm looking to confirm what we're bringing back, or if we're just ending it at accept for information, if you wouldn't mind, please.
I just read what was the motion.
It's an and/or option.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Pardon me. Okay, so then I just move that we accept it for information, and I assume that we'll come back to service level.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I'll do. Pardon me. Okay, let me rephrase this, Ms. McKinnon. I move that we accept for information and move that, and have administration, except for information, and have administration bring back to our next service level review.
Excellent. Councillor Bennett?
Your worship, I'm just curious then, the comments won't come back until service level? Sorry?
We just shared the, Mrs. Letch just shared the comments with
Okay,
council
so
this morning.
that's fine.
So
Okay.
we'll have that to read.
As well. Okay, thank
here.
you.
Yeah, it's in your inbox. Excellent. All right. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor and opposed. That motion carries. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lutz. Excellent work. All right, let's keep moving along. We have 10 more minutes before the noon bell strikes, so let's move along to number 6, business arising out of minutes or any unfinished business. Yes, Councillor Bennett.
I had question regarding the old college fence in front of the aquatic center. And a number of months ago, I'd brought up having a talk with Old College and the town maybe divvying up a price for a couple cans of paint to paint the kind of raggedy looking fence. And I know that was something that Director Chant had also discussed at that time. So I wondered if that has moved forward or if it will move forward. Thank you.
It has not, but I will look into that and also update council once I have.
Excellent catch there, Councillor Bennett. I'd forgotten all about that item. Thank you. All right, any other unfinished business? Business arising? Seeing none, we'll move along to item 7A, reports from boards, councils, or reports from council, boards, and committees. I don't know if we want to do that. We typically do it at the end of the month, but of course the end of the month will be the end of August now. It's been a pretty uneventful couple of weeks in July, and I know we can save it all for the end. We do have one set of minutes, I think, from FCSS, so I will ask for a motion to accept those for information. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I move that the reports from council, authorities, boards, committees, commissions ending July 12, 2021 be received for information.
Excellent, thank you. Comments, questions, concerns regarding that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor and opposed. Motion is carried. All right, let's move along to correspondence and information. CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are 3 pieces of correspondence today. First is the Town of Olds annual report. It's been provided for people to review, and I encourage our residents to look at that with the accomplishments of the town and the council over 2020. The second item is Red Deer River Municipal Users Group, and they have information from various members in regards to coal and public interest in Alberta. And third was a resolution from the City of Mississauga and how they celebrated Canada Day in light of the situation with the Indigenous peoples, and so this is brought forth for information. As you know, the Town of Olds did celebrate Canada Day in a much more condensed fashion, and we did have Moccasin House provide information in regards to the Indigenous situation in Alberta. That is it for correspondence.
Excellent, thank you so much. May I have a motion to accept for information? Councillor Harper, you were close there last time.
I so move that the correspondence and information report ending July 12th, 2021 be received for information.
Excellent. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Is there something that we can do as a municipality and maybe possibly bring it up at AUMA? I really have a problem about all the statues and everything that,
Oh,
what? Well, yeah, you said it was something with the, the Mississauga, how they perform Canada Day.
Yeah,
Do you want me to talk
No, that's
about it
okay.
somewhere else?
no, that's the
Okay,
right place.
so,
Carry on.
I mean, I don't know about the rest of council, but I do think it's inappropriate to be removing all these statues and all that due to the fact that if you continue to remove all statues, then you tend to forget as to what has happened in the past. So I think, you know what, I think somehow maybe we can get on the bandwagon about that because, you know, and I've listened to different Indigenous people speak about it too, saying that if we continue to remove all the information from the past and the statues, then we tend to forget and it will happen again. So I'm just wondering, you know, because some municipalities didn't celebrate Canada Day, and I find that quite insulting as Canada is a very prosperous country and we accept all different nationalities here. And I'm just wondering how the rest of council would feel about, you know, standing up and saying something at AUMA to maybe stop this silliness about what's going on.
Excellent, thank you very much, Councillor Overwater. Any thoughts from council? Seeing, yes, Councillor Harper.
Well, I do care. And I would certainly recommend that we bring this up as a subject for a future town council meeting, that we can provide further information for a good, solid discussion on it. I think I agree with Councillor Overwater that destroying our history doesn't not make it right. So if you get rid of our history, you tend to repeat it. So we don't ever want to do that.
Nope.
And there's a lot of our history that we can still be proud of.
Excellent. Very good idea. So if you'd like to add to your, we've got a motion on the table. Let's do that. We can do a separate motion afterwards. Unless there's any other discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote on the first motion. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. Councillor Overwater, would you like to make
Thank you,
another
Worship. I'm
motion?
not quite sure how to make this motion, but
Well-
I would like, I guess, administration to look into us maybe presenting something at AUMA. I don't know, Mr. Merritt,
Yep.
help me out with this.
I'd be
Point,
co-
sorry, I was just going to say point of order. Maybe what I heard was council wants to have this on a council meeting for further discussion. So maybe your motion could just be to direct administration to bring forward to a future council meeting. And I can't remember the exact dates of the AUMA, so prior to that, so that you can take it with you if you wish.
There we go. That's why we have the legislative clerk that we have. She makes the suggestions. Yes, Councillor Harper.
And I agree with that. And I believe that we could also present at the AUMA special resolutions, because I think we've missed their resolution deadline already. So I think
Yes.
we can do it as emergent resolution.
Yep. Very good point. Excellent. All right, so we have a second motion on the table. Unless there's further discussion, I will call the vote. All in favor and opposed. That motion carries as well. Thank you very much, everybody. That brings us to 12 noon, almost on the button. So I will call a recess till 1 p.m. and we'll reconvene at that point in time for some presentations and the rest of our agenda. So thank you very much, and we'll see you all in an hour.
Look at you, listening to Spotify while you do whatever it is you're doing. That's exactly why it makes sense to promote your business here. Yeah, your business. Whether you have 2 employees or 2,000, your voice can reach as broad or as narrow of an audience as you need. And connect with them where visual media can't. Try it today at adstudio.spotify.com or tap the banner to learn more.
Did you know you can find your favorite artist concerts on Spotify? Tap the button to see a list of upcoming, personalized, live, and virtual events just for you.
Hey guys, it's Billie Eilish. Listen to today's top hits, a playlist where hits are made only on Spotify.
best concerts on Spotify. Tap the button to see a list of upcoming, personalized live and virtual events just for you.
Hey guys, it's Billie Eilish. Listen to today's top hits, a playlist where hits are made, only on Spotify.
We're soaring, flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can't reach.
If we're trying till we're breaking free.
No, the world can see us in a way that's different than who we are.
Creating space between us, till we're separate hearts.
But your faith, it gives me strength, strength to believe. We're breaking free.
Soaring,
Flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can reach. If we're trying, yeah, we're breaking free. Oh, we're breaking free. Can you feel it building? Like a wave that ocean just can't control.
connected by the feeling,
Oh, in our very souls. Oh, rising till it lifts us up, so everyone can see.
soaring,
Flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can reach. If we're trying, yeah, we're breaking free. Oh, we're breaking free.
running,
Climbing to get to the place to be all that we can be. Now's the time, so we're breaking free. Oh, we're breaking free, yeah. More than hope, more than faith.
this is true, this is fate, and together we'll sing it coming.
More than you, more than me.
Not a want, but a need, both of us breaking free. Soaring,
Flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can reach. If we're trying, yeah, we're breaking free.
breaking free.
Climbing to get to the place to be all that we can be. Now's the time,
So we're breaking free.
oh, we're breaking free.
You know the world can see us in a way that's different than who we are.
You're invited to a new way of listening with
All right, folks, thank you very much. It's 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene today's meeting. So we have item 4B is sort of where we left off, and that's our introduction to our new commanding officer for the Olds RCMP. CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship, and yes, we have in person here our new Staff Sergeant, Warren Wright. Warren is from the town of Olds originally, and he's had an extensive experience in the provinces of Saskatchewan and other parts of Alberta, mostly in the north. He is now returning south to his home territory, and I would like to introduce Staff Sergeant Warren Wright.
That pretty much covers it. So most of you are very familiar to me, familiar faces, absolutely. I'm very grateful to be able to return back to Olds. What you didn't read in Doug's article, I don't know, maybe I'm repeating myself. Yeah, I graduated high school here at the old one, where the Ford dealership is, in 1987, and ran away, joined the Mounties in 93. So that puts me right over 28 years now. I'm moisturized, so you can't tell that I'm already in my 50s. Very happy to come back in this sort of latter part of my career. I feel like everything that I've done thus far led me home, and I'm able to apply that to commanding the detachment here in Olds. I've been here now 2 full weeks. This is week number 3. Still kind of getting used to the nuances of the new place. That being said, everything seems to be fairly straightforward. There's really no surprises. I have 15 members, including myself, and I have 5 support staff, so that's a fantastic ratio, for sure. And other than that, yeah, no, we're looking forward to, some of you already know this, but I'm still waiting to move into my house. So I've got another week and a half before we finally get to settling on Bragel Road. Briegel? I don't know who this Mr. Briegel is, but anyway. Other than that, again, a plan to resume my old affiliations to organizations I'm still paying dues to. The Masons, the Eastern Star. I was in the Elks up in High Prairie. We'll see what happens down here. I understand the Rotary might be an option. Youth groups, I have a lunch with Brent Boutwell tomorrow, so I might get into the Scouts again. It's hard to say. So, but yeah, my kids are all grown up now, 18 and 20s, so they're doing their college thing. No, we're happy. And my wife, she works from home. She works for the GOA, Government of Alberta, and she has the luxury of porting her job from High Prairie to Olds, so she's going to set up her office at home, and that's where she's going to be. So, other than that, that's about it. Subject to any questions, I guess.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Staff Sergeant. It's fantastic to have you in place, and I know you'll hit the ground running, and we've dumped a fair amount on your plate before you even got here, so we appreciate that.
That's right.
How quickly you're catching up, and we appreciate everything you've done so far, and it's good to have you back in town. May I start with, we don't need a motion, do we? Legislative Clerk, do we need a?
Sorry, through the chair, there was a motion to accept the, in the package.
Let's start with that, and then we can fire a few questions at the Staff Sergeant. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Your Worship. I would move that Council accept for information the announcement of the new commanding officer in charge of the Olds RCMP detachment, and welcome Staff Sergeant Warren Wright to the town of Olds. It's great to have you back in the community, Warren, and we look forward to the good things you bring to the office.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I too welcome you to the town of Olds, and hopefully we have some good discussions. We've started a new police advisory committee, so we're looking forward to getting together with you and Sergeant Erickson and having a good conversation as to the priorities for the town of Olds and where we would like to see the town of Olds go with policing.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that as well.
Excellent. Anybody else? Yes, Councillor Blatz, then Ryan.
Might I suggest that we make introductions, because he may not be familiar with all of us that are sitting here?
Absolutely. Why don't we
Perhaps
start
just-
with Councillor Ryan, and we'll work our way around.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm Councillor Heather Ryan, first term in council.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. I'm Councillor Wanda Blatz, and I'm on my first term, and I'd like to say welcome to the community. It's great to have you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Warren. I'm just a part-term counselor, so just in that first one myself. Good to see you.
And you and I have met several times already. I'm Michael Mazichka, first-term mayor.
Hello, Councillor Debbie Bennett. I'm third-term councillor. Welcome. We appreciate you coming into your old hometown.
Thank you.
Welcome, Staff Sergeant Wright, and welcome back home,
Thank you.
Mary Jane Harper.
Councillor Marianne Overwater, second term, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yes, CAO.
And I'm CAO Michael Merritt. I'm not a member of council, but as their only employee, I would like to introduce myself, and we have had a brief discussion already.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Ryan, did you have something else?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to welcome Sergeant Wright to the community, back to the community, I should say. But also, I hope that you're not going to retire in a year.
Yeah.
No, actually, I'm
Why don't you allude to that?
No, I have a plan. You see, my grandfather was with the co-op for 39 years and retired at 62. My father was with the co-op for 39 years and retired at 62. I don't know if I'm going to do 39 years, but I'm going to do 35, so at least another 6 to 7 years.
Thank goodness.
Yeah,
That's the plan,
That's great news. We got so used to Staff Sergeant McDonald and his excellent brand that he brought, but then, 3 years later, he announces his retirement. And that-
Yeah, he left at 25, I believe, but
Yeah.
I'm already over that hump, so,
Good.
yeah.
Excellent. Yeah,
Yeah, I got some kids to pay, and a house. No, I'm
yeah,
good.
university isn't cheap, is it?
No, it's not, no, I'm happy to be here, I have no plans on retiring.
Excellent. All right, unless there's anything else, I will call for the vote. All in favor and opposed. Thank you so much. We'll get you back out on the beat. Thank you, sir. All right, that is 4B. So we are not quite at the 1:30 mark yet for Mr. Cooper. Is Jillian Grant available? Yes, Marcy.
Hi, Mayor, did you want to do the added item perhaps at this time?
Why, we can do that if
To-
you think that's the appropriate time for it. Okay, so may I have a motion to bring in an added item? No, yes. We need a motion to add an item to the agenda that was not at the beginning. Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I move that we add to our agenda this afternoon, item 2021-17 CSB, amendment bylaw.
All right. Thank you very much. If there's any questions, comments, or concerns on that motion, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's unanimous. So, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, there's one amendment to the bylaw. This was fully discussed this morning, and we did think that the bylaw was correct the way it was, and it was at one of the PMPs, but didn't get transposed to the second one. So technically, we do have to have a motions to approve first, second, third reading, get unanimous consent for this. So I'll just ask Sergeant Christensen to speak very briefly on this one change.
Good afternoon. I do apologize that I did have a technical error, and I thought it was in there, and that's why I was looking for it this morning, and I couldn't find it, and discovered that I missed it. So what I'm asking today is to add the wording into section 6.62 that allows no person shall keep urban hens, shell, sell manure, meat, or other products except eggs derived from the urban hens.
Perfect. Thank you for closing that loop and sewing that up. May I have a motion for first reading, please? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that bylaw 2021-17, Community Standards Amendment Bylaw, be given first reading.
Excellent, thank you. Comments, questions, concerns regarding this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor and opposed? That motion carries. May I have a motion for second reading? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Worship. I move that bylaw 2021-17, Community Standards Amendment Bylaw, can be given second reading.
Excellent. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor and opposed? That motion is carried. All right, unanimous consent, please. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Your Worship. I move that council give unanimous consent for presentation of the third reading of bylaw 2021-17, Community Standards Amendment Bylaw.
Excellent, thank you. Any comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is 7, which is unanimous. Thank you very much. And may I have third reading, please? Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I move that bylaw 2021-17, Community Standards Amendment Bylaw, be given third and final reading.
Excellent. Last chance at a comment. Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor and opposed? And that motion carries as well. Thank you very much for getting that all sewn up. Yes, Mr. Merritt.
And I would just like to thank the legislative clerk and Sergeant Christensen for getting this addressed over the lunch hour so we could get this corrected.
Yeah, no, it was very important that we had the e-scooters in for the rest of the summer, so we appreciate your hard work, the both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Mayor.
Director Wagstaff. Oh, okay. All righty, so where are we going next? CAO, or are we going to October, Old Stoberfest?
I believe so. I believe the MLA is going to be delayed. Legislative clerk, I believe the MLA is not available for 1:30, is
Correct. He will not be available until 2:30, and
Right.
Mrs. Lutz is indicating that Oktoberfest is perhaps prepared to do their presentation.
All right, well then
Okay.
let's go there. Item 4D, Old Stoberfest.
We have Mrs. Grant. She'll be on Zoom, I believe.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I don't know.
I'm Kathy Grant, so I'm here, and Jillian is.
There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, it looks very nice wherever Jillian is. Out in the breeze and in the sun. Can you hear me, Jillian? Yes, please, come on in, Mrs. Lutz, and let's do that first.
Sorry, Jillian's in Montana trying to cram in about 6 rodeos into a week, catching up with COVID. So I think you're all familiar with Jillian. And we have an Olds Oktoberfest and Olds High School Rodeo Committee a volunteer, Kathy Grant. And Kathy also has a little presentation she'd like to give you after Jillian speaks, so that would be great.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Jillian, can you hear me? Did we lose her?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, there we are. All right. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Hi, guys. I'm over here coming to you from Helena, Montana. It's been a busy summer, so I apologize that I can't be there today to see all of you guys. It's very exciting that things are opening up again. As you see, I've got Kathy Grant there as well, who's some of our boots on the ground for Oldstoberfest this year. So thanks, Kathy, for coming in person today. Here's a little glimpse of the Three Fork or the Helena Ranch that we're at. So we just came from Drummond, Montana last night, and we're gearing up for Whitefish this weekend. So once again, thanks for allowing me to be here through Zoom. So Oldstoberfest 2021. So as you know, COVID has brought a lot of challenges for the event industry, with every industry. And so we are very excited and thrilled to be back into the full force planning for Oldstoberfest 2021, which will be September 17th and 18th this September. As you know, I've done a presentation or two, try to do it annually. We were not allowed to have Oldstoberfest 2020. However, we did have Oldstoberfest week, and it was a big win for us. And I think it was one of those things where we saw the community really come together and embrace this event. And I truly believe that it's a part of Olds now, and we want to see that continue. You know, we're a young event still. As you guys know, we began in 2015, but we still see and continue to have that vision as growing and being part of the community, and being part of Olds and being one of those pieces that Olds is known for. So, and again, we appreciate the support the town of Olds and the community has continued to give us as they support this vision for us. As many of you have been through, the uncertainties with COVID-19, even going into 2021, have been extremely challenging, especially going back into lockdown into May and April. We were really unsure what September was going to look like. So we were able to do a little bit of pre-planning, obviously set dates and put feelers out there, but unfortunately we weren't able to really move forward until Kenny's announcement, which was that first week of June, end of May announcement where Alberta was open for summer. So it gave us a lot more certainty and confidence to start the planning stages for Oldstoberfest 2021. And so instead of having 52 weeks, we've been really cracking down. We've had about 16 weeks to plan. So we've been in full throttle and full force with the stages of Oldstoberfest. So like many things, we're all kind of scrambling to really catch up to get where we need to be. With that being said, you know, we've just started our sponsorship and process about a month ago. And, you know, we're really seeing their support in the community. However, it has been a bit challenging. As you guys know, many businesses have struggled through COVID, but we are trying to engage as many businesses as we possibly can. We will still have 2 concert acts on September 17th and 18th following the rodeo. So we do plan to deliver full grandstand shows and concerts moving forward. And at this point in time, we are planning for a full capacity event, and we're taking the dive. So fingers crossed that we'll be able to keep it that way. And at this point, we're full-fledged planning, and we're hoping that we're not going to have too many more COVID obstacles come our way. However, we will be working and fully cooperating with AHS and making sure that we are delivering the safest event possible that we can. And we're looking forward to bringing this back in the community. Again, as we've done every year, you know, in 2019, we were able to invest $60,000 into not-for-profits alone and over $100,000 into the community. It is our goal to ensure that we are still doing as much local business as we possibly can to give that boost and help local businesses and give back as much as we possibly can. Again, it is a focus to continue to work with the town of Olds and many major groups to see how we can capitalize on the event and what are ways that we can ensure that we can increase tourism and economic impact for this event. And as you guys know, our vision from the get-go is to continue to grow this event. It's not an overnight process. You know, we've used Ponoka Stampede a lot as kind of our goal. Is, you know, they've got over 80 years under their belts, and you know, they're one of the biggest. They are the biggest outside of the Canadian finals purse added money in Canada, and we want to be a bucket list rodeo. We also feel that we can capitalize through C5 Rodeo. On our side, we work with multiple events throughout North America, and we're really picking up speed and recognition all over the continent. And you know, as you guys know, Olds is my baby, so we've really been pushing Olds. It's one of those pieces that comes in conversation, and so we also feel we can leverage through our reputation in the rodeo world. We can continue to build this as a bucket list rodeo to bring folks not only from all over Alberta, but from all over the United States, Canada, and Europe. So you know, it's definitely a challenging year for us. We're in full throttle, and we're really trying to make this work. And you know, it's our utmost goal to deliver a safe event, and I think we're very passionate of making something happening in the community. I think the community needs it. I think everybody's waiting, and I think we all just want to see everyone's faces again. And I think that this is something that I hope you guys all feel you're a part of that, and a piece in your heart that we're just we're all just going to team up together and push this through and make it happen. So with that, we're really hoping that you guys will, the town of Olds and the community, where we will be putting in an application for the Destination Olds Collective Fund again, and hopefully Olds will continue with the policing piece in supporting us and join us to push this vision through and to build this as one of the most well-known festivals in Western Canada. And we really appreciate you guys being along for the ride with us.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jillian, for your update. Mrs. Grant, would you care to say a few words now, or should we fire a few questions at Jillian?
Go ahead and fire a few.
All righty.
Summed everything up beautifully.
Sounds fantastic. May I start with a motion, please? And Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the Oldstoberfest verbal update as provided for information.
Excellent, thank you. And questions, Councillor Overwater?
Thank you, Worship. Hi, Jillian.
Hi.
It's great to have Oldstoberfest back again. I know you will do a tremendous job in getting it off and running again, and it is such a good economic boom for the town of Olds. So I know you run a good ship, and we'll see you at the show.
Thanks, Marianne.
Absolutely. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Hey, Jillian, it's Wanda here. Great to see you, and hopefully we will see you at Oldstoberfest for sure. You did mention that you're working with the local businesses, and I assume that you will probably be contacting the Olds Chamber of Commerce as well to work alongside with them and maybe get some input into into Olds as well.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that we want to continue to capitalize on is the community activation piece. We want to make sure that any business that wants to be known or gets behind our event and promotes it as well, whether it's a promotion in honor of Oldstoberfest, we want to continue to push that. Like I said, we'd love to see Oldstoberfest mode, that Bavarian Your Business. We're going to continue that competition again and give a stein for a decorating piece. And as well, like I said, all our vendors that we can possibly use in Olds, we're here to stay local as much as we possibly can, and ensure that we're hoping to work with the local restaurants as well to push visitors that way. And yes, absolutely, the Chamber of Commerce will be reaching out to them probably in the next few weeks. We are announcing the event on July 15th. Tickets will go on sale as well the same day, so keep an eye out for that. We've also been working with our local radio station here to help support us in getting that announced, and I've as well notified some of your internal staff as well about this announcement. So once that announcement gets out and we're moving, we'll be reaching out to everybody else that we can get involved there for sure.
Excellent, thank you very much. Councillor Ryan.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and hello, Jillian, it's Heather Ryan. I had the pleasure of volunteering, as well as some of the other counselors around the table, for Oktoberfest for the last couple of years. And one of the questions I had for you, Jillian, was how do people get involved, and is there a phone or a website that they can go to volunteer?
Yeah, so we have a website, oldstoberfest.com. As I said, watch for that July 15th announcement, because that's when the website will be fully updated. And we do have a get involved, and I believe there's a link as well. Like I said, Kathy's going to be there, my feet on the ground a little bit. I'll be back actually next Monday for a couple weeks. So we'll make sure that if they the contact information, they can go to oldstoberfest.com if they want to get involved in any way, shape, or form. We love having people be involved in your event, such as yourself, and thanks for all you've done as well for us.
Excellent, thank you very much. Anybody else for a question or comment? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jillian. It was an awesome, this was one of the cornerstone events in Olds that we absolutely were heart-torn that we missed last year. So you did a good job with the virtual end of it and the Oldstober week, but it just wasn't the same as getting out there in the mud and in the dirt and having a good old rodeo and some concerts and the beer gardens and so forth. So we look forward to it. A special year this year because it's the comeback. So thank you very much and good luck in the US, and have some fun down there.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much, everybody, and we'll look forward to seeing you all soon.
Thank you. All right, so we do have, oh, well, let's see what we have for a presentation.
I do have a little appreciation of a sponsorship plaque here from the Alberta High School Finals Rodeo Committee, thanking the town of Olds. Thank you very much. Yes.
Gotta do that.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank everybody for that. We sincerely appreciate it. It was a big success.
Yeah, it was. It was a wonderful night. And
Yes.
a little cold and a little damp, but oh my goodness, that the event that I came to, it was great to see the participants in there.
Oh, they were so
Gowns
excited.
in there.
Oh, I know,
That's
I
such a
know.
great-
They were, yeah, yeah. Good thing they're young, right?
Yeah.
They could,
All these
they could dress
athletes that were
minimally.
there, that they
Yeah.
were in ball gowns and their boots and crawling through the
Oh.
mud because it was an outdoor. We still had some AHS restrictions. And
Yes.
everybody had a good time though, even though it was
Yes,
cold.
and the ORE did a wonderful job, you know, with our committee planning everything, and it just went off beautiful. And we've had so many compliments.
And you put that together in, what, a month?
Yeah, it
Or
was a
6 weeks?
Yeah, it was a short
Basically,
period of
that
time,
was
but it all came together. We had a lot of good people.
Excellent. Well,
So,
we're
so
happy to
thank
see
you
it.
all. Thank
Not a
you.
problem at all.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, ladies, for your presentation, and we look forward to the event this fall, or I guess it's late summer. Unless there's any other questions or comments, I will call for the vote on the motion on the table. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. All right, so that brings us to MLA Cooper, but he is not going to be here until 2:30, which is about
Mayor
an hour.
Mazichka, excuse
Yes.
me, sorry. I just was communicating with his assistant. He'll probably be here about 2.
About 2.
About 2.
Okay, that should give us enough time to do our closed session.
Okay.
And then we can get back into regular session and have his presentation, then we'll be done. So let's go to item, well, that's our closed session. May I have a motion to go closed as presented? Councillor Blatz.
Do you want to go? Thank you, Worship. I move that we go into, that council go into closed session to discuss items under FOIP Section 25, disclosure to harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, and I would assume it's going to be mayor and council, Mr. Merritt, and who else, Mr. Merritt?
Director Wagstaff and Deputy Chief Jurcevic.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Alrighty, and I don't think we need any other discussion on that. Do we have members of the public in the Zoom portion? No, so I don't need to read that spiel anymore. There we go, we're coming along with that.
Mayor, excuse me, pardon me, it's
Yep.
Marcy. You could just let them know that the screen will show that you guys are in a closed session.
Okay.
And then it'll flip to recess, and then it'll come back live, once you guys
Exactly
let
what
us.
the legislative clerk just finished saying. We'll get that talking point set up for the future, and we'll go from there. All right, folks, we have a motion on the table, so I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. All right.
Sorry, Your Worship, I do want the legislative clerk to stay as well.
You're invited to a new way of listening with Premium. Premium lets you connect to your speakers or TV and listen to your music ad-free. With super easy setup, you can connect to any compatible device and enjoy music without interruptions. Plus, listen on demand and play any song, anytime, even on mobile. Upgrade now to unlock Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Go back to order. We do have a rise in report. Who would like to make that motion? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Worship. I move that Town of Olds terminate the fire services sub-agreement with Mountain View County effective the expiry date, and that the mayor send a letter to Mountain View County to notify the municipality of this termination.
Excellent, thank you very much. Are there any comments, questions, concerns regarding that motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That motion is carried. Excellent, thank you very much.
Thank you for writing it.
That brings us to one last item on the agenda, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Nathan Cooper is going to be unable to join us this afternoon. So I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. For adjournment, who would care to make that motion? Councillor Overwater wins the hands up contest. All in favor and opposed? Motion is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.